Mud all over its feet, is that correct? Okay, so that's you. Erokamano. It's good to be home. Agora kama nukumbuko dala. Remember Barbara, you will. She will be here with me. Her passport is in Cambodia. She decided to get a visa to go to Cambodia. And Cambodia went to war with Thailand. Cambodia go to Thailand. And they hadn't sent her passport back. Oh, you know passport. So you only get me today. But it's okay. Okay, now, how many of you women worked with Barbara? Barbara. That's important to know. I know when she used to go work in the fields with you, you didn't think she could do it. But she did, didn't Let's go down here. Okay, first off, I want you to see, we did not forget this place. These are all documents, basically legal documents we have been working on for years. What happened here was a tragedy. A massive tragedy. And some of you probably don't know, but Barbara and I had to flee in the middle of the night. We didn't see each other, but we talked on the phone. We were hurt. We didn't understand. We never understood how it could happen. We came to do just the right thing. And Satan is a powerful person. And he works through various things. But eventually, God says enough is enough. And he says, Satan, go to hell. I am saving my people. And that's, you prayed there and we prayed at home. And God heard. So we started the process. A couple of years ago, I started the process. And was asked to give conditions of my return. And those conditions were presented. And I hope you have seen them. But what it basically says is we come back. And you come with us. And there is no land leases. It is title deeds to the community and to us. You understand? Do you agree? Now, I want to tell you, this is a law. That's called the Community Land Act. Did anybody tell you about that? My attorneys worked on this law with the government. And they passed it. And it became law about a year ago. And under this law, the Commissioner of Lands gives the land to the community with a title deed. Okay, you like that idea? And then, under that same law, it gives the community the rights to give the land, partial of it, back to us. Understanding? I never wanted it all back. Do you remember I used to talk about what was called the Community Farm Program? Okay? That's how you prosper. So John Weary spoke to all the people. And they came back and said, we want to give 3,500 hectares to you. The rest of it is ours, and we're happy to do that. That was my suggestion. They also said, we want you to include the lake and the river in your land so you can maintain it. That's very, very important. Have you seen how many times the dikes have broke? Best I know it's been 5 times. Is that correct? 5? Has it been 5 times? They didn't break when I had them, did they? We kept farming, but we maintained them. Okay? Now I'm going to tell you something. There's some things that were done by the community that really hurt you. Do you remember when I used to say you cannot take the cattle on the dikes? Or across the river? The reason for that is it destroys the dikes and destroys the river. When a cow walks through mud, what happens to its feet? It gets mud all over its feet. Is that correct? When you walk through mud, it gets mud between your toes. Is that right? That's the same thing that happens with the cattle. So when the cattle would walk through the mud, they would go swim in the river. And it would wash the mud off their feet. Is that right? And where did that mud go? It went to the bottom of the river. Thank you very much, Ray. Explain. This is something that has to happen. In the river, see, I can see this property. All the time I can see this property from the American satellites up in the sky. I can watch and see where the dikes will break and where they're broken. you see that, you'll see all the cattle trails coming down to where the dikes are broken. And then you see in the river where all the cattle dams have been built from all their mud. Making sense? And so there's 12 dams in the bottom of the river that have been built by the cattle. And the dikes broke. Is that right? Okay, you need someone with a half of a brain to figure that out. Okay? All the wise men put together don't have half a brain. Understanding? So we come back, we're going to do this professionally and correct, right? And we're all going to work together, right? Okay, some things you don't know. On the day that I was trying to be killed in my house with the, remember the bulldozer that came to my house? You know, crushed me in the middle of the night? It came. We had to flee in the middle of the night. And where we were going to that day, and this better excite a lot of people. This thing right here, it's called Memorandum of Understanding between Jomo Kenyatta University and Dominion Farms. University of Agriculture and Technology, Dominion Farms. Okay. We were set to become the Agricultural University of Kenya right here. They came to us and said, can we do this with you? And we said yes. Unfortunately, they tried to kill me that day. The devil works in many ways. Now, I don't know whether we can get this back. But with your help, we need to try. Would you like to have a big university right here? And show them what can be done with the poorest place in the world. Now, John Weary told you a lot of the things we're planning on doing. But I want to tell you about another law that was passed. My attorneys helped write. Okay? And it is the tax law of Kenya. Under the Income Tax Act. Dated June 24th, no, June 18th, 2024. Not very long ago, was it? We were still working. So, that leads us to a point. This is going to get a little complicated. But if this doesn't get you excited, nothing will. The provisions of that law, it allows you to set up a new type of company for the operation. So when we operate the new company, there will be two new companies, one for the land, which will be for me, and for Barbara as shareholders.
Hello, how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, let's start by a word of prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptations, but deliver us from evil spirits. For there is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Our Lord Jesus, Son of the Most High God, thank you. Thank you for this day. Thank you for leading us to this minute. Father, if it was not for you, we wouldn't have reached here. Oh, glory King, my Father, protect us, protect my viewers, have a blessing to our doors, and cover us with the blood of your Holy Son, Jesus Christ. In the mightiest name of King Jesus, I do pray and believe. Amen. Okay. Today we are going to look at foods foods to increase during pregnancy. Some foods are especially beneficial to pregnant women. We see like some foods are beneficial to pregnant women. So these foods are important to pregnant women. We find fresh fruits. All fresh fruits are a source of valuable nutrients for pregnant women, like vitamin C, flavonoids, enhances of non-heme, iron absorption. We have fresh fruits, we have nuts and seeds, we have lemon, we have soy milk and soy products, we have dry fruits, we have apples, we have nuts and seeds, we have beans and peas, we have carrots, we have avocados, we have spinach, we have raw salad, we have wheat germ, rich in nutrients, we have sunflower seeds, we have broccoli, and we have asparagus. So these foods are the foods to increase during pregnancy. All fresh fruits are a source of valuable nutrients for pregnant women, like vitamin C and flavonoid enhancers of non-heme iron absorption. We have nuts and seeds. Nuts and seeds, particularly walnuts and flax seeds, are excellent sources of plant omega-3 fatty acids, and like ALA, alpha linolenic acid, required for the development of the fetus nervous system and eye. You see, use drops of lemon juice lemon juice as dressing on any dish instead of other dressing, thus improving iron levels. Soy milk and soy products, in spite of some doubts about a possible disturbing effect of soy isoflavones on hormonal balance, it has been shown that regular consumption of soy and soy products during pregnancy at usual dietary amount does not feminize female fetuses, nor does it create any hormonal imbalances. Okay, apples. We found that we should eat apples. Having an apple a day is a healthy practice for pregnant women. Apples provide antioxidants, soluble fiber, and vitamin C. It has been shown that wheezing and asthma are less frequent in children whose mothers ate apples when pregnant. Dried fruits. Dried prunes, figs, apricots, raisins, and dates are particularly convenient for pregnant women as they are a good as they are a good source of healthy sugars and calories, iron, and fiber to fight constipation. Beans and peas. We find that pregnant women should increase beans and peas. A good source of high quality proteins, minerals, B vitamins, and fiber. We found that pregnant women should increase carrots, good source of vitamin A and useful to fight heartburn when eaten raw. Two medium-sized carrots or a half mango supply the daily needs of vitamin A during pregnancy. Avocados. We find that avocados, in addition to iron and folate, avocados also provide proteins, healthy fats, omega-9, oleic acid, and vitamin C. So we find that pregnant women should eat spinach. The leafy green riches in nutrients, including protein, iron, folate, and antioxidant carotenoid. Okay, we found that pregnant women should also eat broccoli, good source of calcium and folate, such as kale, collard greens, and other vitamin vegetables from the cruciferous family. Okay, we found that pregnant women should eat raw salad. Pregnant women must not omit a daily portion of raw vegetable salad from their diet since it provides dietary fiber, iron, antioxidants, and protective phytochemicals. See, wheat jam, rich in nutrients. Wheat jam is rich in folate, zinc, iron, selenium, and vitamins B1, B2, and B6, and E, all of which are important during pregnancy. Wheat jam may be sprinkled over salads, fruits, and cereals, toasted when jam has a more pleasant flavor and scarcely loses nutrients. Okay, we found that pregnant women should take sunflower seeds, 2 tablespoons, about 30 grams of sunflower seeds provide a fair amount of vitamin E, vitamin B6, iron, zinc, copper, manganese, and selenium, all of them important nutrients during pregnancy. Lightly toasted sunflower seeds scarcely lose nutrients, and they become tastier and easier to digest. We should pregnant women should eat also orange juices rich in vitamin C, carotenes, antioxidants transforming into vitamin A, folate, and calcium. Okay, we found out that pregnant women should also eat asparagus as source of fiber, folate, and proteins. So those are the foods to increase during pregnancy: fresh fruits, nuts and seeds, lemon, soy milk and soy products, dry fruits, apples, carrots, spinach, beans and peas, avocados, asparagus, broccoli, orange and orange juices, sunflower seeds, wheat germ, rich in nutrients. Those are the foods to increase during pregnancy. Okay, we find that flax seeds and pregnancy. Flax seeds are one of the richest foods in ALA, alpha-linoleic acid, the most important fatty acid for pregnant women. But in order to take advantage of its high nutritional value, flax seeds must be eaten ground. Flax seeds are also rich in many other important nutrients during pregnancy. Both golden and brown flax seeds have the same nutritional values. The benefits of flax seeds for pregnancy: excellent source of alpha-linoleic acid, about 24 grams of LA per 100 grams of seeds, the most valuable fat for the health of pregnant women and her future child. Only 1 level tablespoon of flaxseed, 10 grams, provides about 2.2 grams of ALA, the recommended daily amount for pregnant women, 4.4 grams for vegetarians. We found that it's a good source of high quality proteins, flax seeds. That's why it's important for pregnant women. It's a good source of vitamin A and important minerals for pregnant women, such as calcium and zinc. It's a good source of soluble fiber to prevent constipation. That's why it's important for pregnant women. Being gluten-free and lactose-free, flax seeds are suitable in case of food intolerance or allergy. Food intolerance or allergy. So, how to use flax seeds? All flax seeds, they have a hard shell and are difficult to chew. It is likely that if eaten, the seeds will pass through the intestine and digested. Most of the healthy benefits of flax seeds are not extracted when all seeds are eaten. You see, ground or mild flax seeds, referred to also as flax meal. It is the most convenient way to prepare flax seeds at home. Use ground seeds must be used as soon as possible, mixed with liquid or in some other way. When exposed to open air and light, ground flax seeds easily become rancid, losing part of their nutritional value. Storage. When preserved in a sealed container and refrigerated, ground seeds may be used within 1 week or more. Daily dose, 1 tablespoon a day. Okay, flaxseed oil is the edible product highest in alpha linoleic, omega-3 fatty acids. These are cautions. Excessive consumption of raw or ground flaxseeds can interfere with iodine uptake by the thyroid gland. Those are the cautions of flaxseed. Okay, products to limit or avoid during pregnancy. Pregnant women should aim to avoid or at least minimize the consumption of trans fats to a safe limit of less than 1% of total energy intake. Okay, a material diet in runs trans fatty acids provide more than 2% of energy. Okay, for the mother, increases the trans fat increases LDL cholesterol, decreases HDL cholesterol, causes artery damage and coronary heart disease, increases the risk of infertility caused by ovarian dysfunction. For the fetus, slows down the conversion from vegetable omega-3 into long chain omega-3 fatty acids required for fetal development. Pregnant women must reduce meat. Pregnant women also must reduce cow's milk. Present day cow's milk coming from industrial cattle farming is not recommended for pregnant women because of its drawbacks. The level of hormones, contaminants, and antibiotic residues, estrogen contents of cow's milk. Modern cow milk, because of present-day production methods, which include the milking of pregnant cows, the use of hormones has a high content of sex steroids, including estrogens. Estrogen hormones normally produced in ovaries fulfill many physiological functions, but additional estrogens ingested with cow's milk alter the hormonal balance of the body and act as cancer promoters. These are the concerns raised by estrogen content in cow's milk. Okay, we found that cow's milk estrogens may pose a true risk to health, contrary to natural phytoestrogens in soy and other plant foods, which are harmless even for infants. Milk consumption during pregnancy is associated with increased newborn size. It's associated with increased newborn size and more difficult labor and delivery. According to this article, this may be due to the stimulation of fetal growth and undesired side effect of estrogen. Today's cow's milk also contains RBST and IGF, the active component in growth hormones. These ingredients in present-day cow's milk contribute to a hormonal imbalance for both the mother and her developing fetus. Pregnant women should avoid salt. Pregnant women need to sustain from salt and fatty foods. Salt should not be added to foods when cooking. Excess salt causes the body to retain water and increase blood pressure. So we found that pregnant women should avoid salt intake because salt intake increases water intake, and pregnant women need to abstain from salt and fatty foods. Salt should not be added to foods when cooking. Excess salt causes the body to retain water and increases blood pressure. Salty foods and table salt should be completely avoided during the last month of pregnancy to lower the risk of preeclampsia and to shorten the labor time and delivery. So we found that pregnant women should avoid salt because of high blood pressure. Okay, pregnant women should also avoid fish. Fish intake during pregnancy confers some benefits. However, because of mercury contamination, consumption of large fish must be limited during pregnancy, lactation, and childhood. We find also that pregnant women should avoid high sugar intake during pregnancy because high sugar intake slows down fetal growth and leads to delivery of small for gestational age newborn. Soft drinks, cakes, and confectionery sweets are main source of dietary sugars. Okay, find also that pregnant women should avoid maternal ingestion of peanuts. It's associated with a high level of peanut sensitization in infants. This is particularly important when women have a personal or family history of allergies. In this case, it is wise to avoid peanuts. As for nuts in general, only daily excessive maternal consumption in specific cases is associated with asthma symptoms in children. Regular consumption of nuts is generally not associated with asthma symptoms in children. So we should also avoid, for pregnant women, we should avoid food additives. Although legally approved, it seems prudent that pregnant women should cut down the chemical flavor enhancers, preservatives, colorants, sweeteners, and other artificial additives. Okay, prevention of foodborne disease. Future mothers are particularly prone to foodborne disease due to a natural decrease of immunity during pregnancy. So let's look for, you see, sometimes we might, sometimes, especially in Africa, we can lack one or two things in our diets. You see, that's why you can find that because of it, we do just manage the foods that we have because of the financial instability. So sunflower seeds, you may find that as in Africa, a woman who is pregnant can finish 9 months without even eating one apple. But avocados, you should not avoid eating avocados, oranges, broccolis, carrots, fresh fruits like papaya fruits and lemon. So we should be aware of these foods. They really help because they are not expensive as such. Like for example, in Africa, avocados, you can get an avocado for only 10 to 20 to 30 to 50 Kenya shillings. An apple, you can get it at about 50 Kenya shillings. Spinach, you can get at about 10, 20, 30, 50 Kenya shillings. Oranges, you can get to about 10, 20, 30 Kenya shillings. Lemon, you can get about 10 to 20, 30 Kenya shillings. Broccoli is a bit expensive. You can get at to 30, 50, 70 Kenya shillings. And nuts and seeds, you can get it at 50 to 100 Kenya shillings. Wheat jam, you can get wheat jam and sunflower. You can get at about 50 to 100 Kenya shillings. Yeah. So before I continue, I'm streaming from Kenya. I'm streaming from Kenya. So if this is your first time here, kindly like and subscribe. If this is your first time here, kindly like and subscribe. So these are the benefits of breastfeeding. A woman's overall health improves after breastfeeding. Less postpartum bleeding. When a woman lactates, the uterus contracts and reverts to its normal size faster. This reduces the blood loss in the days following delivery. Oxytocin, the hormone responsible for this effect, is secreted when a baby suckles is on her or her mother's nipples. Delayed onset of menses. When a woman breastfeeds, the onset of menstruation is delayed, which may contribute to an increased spacing between pregnancy. This is a natural birth control method, not reliable but especially beneficial in developing countries where contraceptive methods are not always available. Early return to pregnancy weight. Energy from fat accumulated during pregnancy is used for milk production during lactation. Stored fat gradually disappears during breastfeeding. If a lactation period is short or does not occur, fat remains in the maternal body. You see, it is known that repeated pregnancy without lactation predispose mothers to obesity, and conversely, lactation enhances postpartum weight loss, particularly when breastfeeding fats 6 or more months. When a lactation period reaches 1 year, the average weight loss is 2 kg, according to study performed at the University of California. Less risk of type 2 diabetes. Breastfeeding mothers reduce the risk of developing type 2 diabetes or metabolic syndrome later in life, given the increasing prevalence of type 2 diabetes in both the developed and the developing world. Any action able to curb the incidence of diabetes should be greatly welcomed, especially if it's as simple and healthy as breastfeeding. An important study has been conducted by the University of Western Sydney with a group of 52,731 women in order to examine the effect of maternal breastfeeding on a woman's risk of developing type 2 diabetes later in life. Here are the main outcomes of this study. Among women who gave birth to one or more children, the risk of diabetes is 14% less per year of breastfeeding. Childbearing women who did not breastfeed had 50% increased risk of type 2 diabetes later in life, refer to those who breastfed. Overweight and obese women and those with gestational diabetes mellitus are at high risk of developing type 2 diabetes and metabolic syndrome later in adulthood. These women especially benefit from breastfeeding by reducing their high metabolic risk. So we found that breastfeeding is important in for mothers because of several things. So when women breastfeed, less risk of postpartum depression. Breastfeeding mothers have a lower risk of developing postpartum depression than non-breastfeeding mothers. Emotional links between mother and baby are stronger when breastfeeding is involved, which contributes to a better maternal mood. See? So breastfeeding also helps in less breast and ovarian cancer. The longer women breastfeed, the more they are protected against breast cancer. A large international study conducted in 30 countries concluded that the relative risk of breast cancer decreases by 4.3% for every 12 months of breastfeeding. In addition to also decreasing 7% after each birth, it has been estimated that the incidence of breast cancer in developed countries will be reduced by more than half if women had the average number of births and duration of breastfeeding about 1 year or even more. That is common in developing countries. Even women who carry a cancerous mutation in the gene BRCA1 located in chromosome 17 benefit from breastfeeding. These women have a high lifetime risk of breast cancer. Nevertheless, if they breastfeed their babies for a total cumulative time of more than 1 year, their risk of cancer is significantly reduced, according to a study carried out at Lund University, Sweden. It is known that childbirth itself reduces the risk of ovarian cancer. In addition, a longer duration of breastfeeding is associated with a greater reduction of the risk of ovarian cancer. So women are being advised to breastfeed. We found that it also the less risk of osteoporosis because on average a woman loses between 4 and 6% of her bone mass after 6 months of lactation. It has been thought that breastfeeding increases the risk of osteoporosis later in life. Some studies have supported such fears since measurements were taken between 6 and 12 months after delivery. Nevertheless, a study performed at the University of Melbourne, Australia, with pairs of female twins reported that initial bone density loss is more than recovered later in life. Indeed, breastfeeding confers benefits to bone density in adulthood, in addition to reducing total body fat. According to the study mentioned, childbearing women who breastfed had 2.6% more bone mineral content than breastfeeders. Yeah. So women are being suggested to breastfeed their babies. Wakana wengine tena kama baba wapingane, wakana wengine tena kama baba wapingane, wakana wengine tena kama baba wapingane, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni. Hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, 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 hakuna. Hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena kama baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mwingine tena. I decided to follow Jesus. I have decided. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. Mhm. 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 I have decided to follow Jesus, no turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided. Amsema na homework to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, not turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, not turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, not turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, not turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Not turning back, not turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. Nimeboeka, nimeboeka, yani niko exhausted and then sioni mtu anakam. Nimeongea mpaka nimechoka. Yani nimeboeka tu kwa sababu nimeongea like for 1 hour. So it's exhausting, by the way. So I should carry on. Nimeboeka. Okay. Saa 11 kamili. Let's continue. Lifestyle of a nursing mother. Additional maternal care is required to enhance quantity and quality of breast milk. Follow a healthy diet. Follow a healthy diet and abundant diet. Do not try to restrict food intake. Drink water. Lactating mothers should drink up to 8. It is a good habit to drink a glass of pure water at every feeding. Get plenty of rest. Many lactating mothers experiencing tiredness and fatigue, particularly in the first week of breastfeeding. This is normal and points out the need for extra rest and proper diet. Look for a calm environment to breastfeed. Avoid loud music, bright lights, and any kind of stress when breastfeeding. Remain as close as possible to your baby. Physical closeness enhances milk production. Just hearing your infant cry will promote milk production. Take supplements when indicated. Iodine and vitamin D are the more frequent needed supplements. In addition, vegetarians may need vitamin B12 supplements. Overweight women engage in a physical exercise program at least 30 minutes a day and limits sugar intake. Avoid alcohol. Ideally, cut off any amount of alcoholic beverages because alcohol passes into breast milk and damages a baby's brain. Avoid tobacco and other addictive drugs. Nicotine and other addictive drugs pass into breast milk and harm a baby, delaying growth and development. Cut off caffeinated drinks. Avoid coffee, green or black tea, mate, guarana, cola, and energy drinks are at least during all the months of breastfeeding. Caffeine is passed into breast milk and can cause restlessness, hyperactivity, and tachycardia in infants. So those are the foods and activities we should avoid during lactation. During breastfeeding, sorry. Oh. So let's go back a little bit one more time and see the foods that we should take. Okay, first let's look at prevention. Prevention for birth defects. A suitable diet and alcohol abstinence can prevent many birth defects. Birth defects are quite common worldwide. Out of 1,000 newborns, on average, 15 have birth defects. The consequences usually last a lifetime. Fortunately, most of them are preventable. The old saying that prevention is better than cure has never been so true. Ensure the intake of folates. A folate-rich diet and daily folic acid supplement at least 3 months before conception are proven to be highly effective in preventing spina bifida and other birth defects. Maintain a proper weight. Research has confirmed that both underweight, thinners, and obesity by the time of conception increase the risk of congenital anomalies in a future baby. Underweight is commonly associated with a poor diet and low nutrient intake, which negatively impact the earliest stages of embryo development. Obesity is generally associated with an unbalanced diet, high in poor quality fats and refined carbohydrates, and low in fruits and vegetables. Such a diet interferes with normal embryo and fetal development, increasing the risk of birth defects. According to current research, obese BMI of 30 or higher, but not overweight women, are up to 3 times more likely than women of normal weight to deliver babies with spina bifida, omphalocele, and heart defects. Avoid some foods. Some foods may cause infections leading to birth defects, particularly undercooked or raw meats like ham and sausages, as well as raw, non-washed or non-sensitized vegetables may cause toxoplasmosis, a parasitic disease harmful to the fetal brain. Unpasteurized milk and cheese may cause listeriosis, a severe infection leading to brain damage and even to fetal death. Liver meats and liver cod oil, due to their high vitamin A content, the dose of vitamin A in only 100 grams of liver is associated teratogenic if taken daily. Caution with some medication. Consult a healthcare provider about taking any medication. Avoid supplements containing high doses of vitamin A and vitamin E because they are known causes of birth defects. Okay, find here that pregnant women should abstain from alcohol. Alcohol beverages are one of the main causes of birth defects worldwide. Alcohol is a well-known teratogen. When a pregnant woman and so subject to the harmful effect of alcohol. During early pregnancy, when a woman is not aware she is pregnant, an embryo is particularly vulnerable to alcohol and other toxicants. Hence, any woman of childbearing age considering pregnancy must completely abstain from alcohol. There is no safe minimum amount of alcohol for anybody, and particularly for women during the preconceptional period and pregnancy. Yeah, that's it for the child defects. That is it for the child defects. That is it for the child defects. For the childbirth defects. For the childbirth defects. That is it. Okay, we have gone back to where we started. Foods to increase during pregnancy. We found that these are foods to increase during pregnancy. There's fresh fruits and nuts and seeds. There's lemon. There's soy milk and soy products. There's apples. There's dried fruits. There's wheat germ rich in nutrients. There's raw salad. There's sunflower. There's spinach. There's avocados. There's beans and peas. There's broccoli and asparagus. So these foods are important during pregnancy and should be increased. Lelezi wangu wanaenda shule saa ngapi leo? So inafaa uamke saa ngapi? 5:30. So niamshe 5:30. It's about 20 minutes. So these are foods to increase. All fresh fruits are a source of valuable nutrients for pregnant women, like vitamin C and flavonoid enhancers of non-hem iron absorption. Nuts and seeds. Nuts and seeds, particularly walnuts and flax seeds, are excellent sources of plant omega-3 fatty acids like ALA, alpha-linoleic acid, required for the development of the fetus nervous system and eye. Kumaanisha ni poa kukula njugu, si ndio? Nuts and seeds, wanasema nuts and seeds for the development of the fetal nervous system and eye. Mm. 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 So use drops of lemon juice as dressing on any dish instead of other dressing, thus improving iron levels. Apples. Having an apple a day is a healthy practice for pregnant women. Apples provide antioxidants, soluble fiber, and vitamin C. It has been shown that wheezing and asthma are less frequent in children whose mothers ate apples when pregnant. We saw that orange and orange juices rich in vitamin C, carotenes, antioxidants, transforming into vitamin A, folate, and calcium. I found that avocados, in addition to iron and folate, avocados also provide proteins, healthy fats, omega-9, oleic acid, and vitamin E. We found that pregnant women should eat carrots, a good source of vitamin A and useful to fight heartburn when eaten raw. 2 medium-sized carrots or a half mango supply the daily needs of vitamin A during pregnancy. Soy milk and soy products, in spite of some doubts about a possible disturbing effect of soy isoflavones on hormonal balance, it has been shown that regular consumption of soy and soy products during pregnancy at usual diet amounts does not feminize male fetuses, nor does it create any hormonal imbalances. Spinach, the leafy green. Those are the foods to increase during pregnancy. Beans and peas a good source of high quality proteins, minerals, B vitamins, and fiber. Those are the foods to increase during pregnancy. Kindly give me 5 minutes. I'm coming. Let me grab something. I'm coming back. Let me grab something. I'm coming back. Okay, guys. Foods to increase during pregnancy are fresh fruits, lemon, nuts and seeds, soy milk and soy products, apples, dry fruits, beans, carrots, spinach, raw salad, and wheat jam, rich in nutrients, sunflower, orange and orange juices, and avocados, broccoli, and asparagus. Those are foods to increase during pregnancy. And we found out that we should reduce salt intake during pregnancy. We should reduce sugar intake during pregnancy. We should reduce alcohol beverages and caffeinated beverages during pregnancy. We should reduce also meat intake during pregnancy and fish, especially large fish, during pregnancy. We should also reduce cow's milk during pregnancy. They say that cow's milk, present day cow's milk coming from industrial cattle farming is not recommended for pregnant women because of its drawbacks, the level of hormones, contaminants, and antibiotic residues. We should reduce fat, trans fat in pregnant women. Okay, for the milk, cow's milk estrogens may pose a true risk to health, contrary to natural phytoestrogens. Okay, so we should also avoid food additives for pregnant women. Food additive, although legally approved, it seems prudent that pregnant women should cut down on chemical flavors, enhancers, and chemical flavors and enhancers, and it's a microphone on. Enhancers and uh, enhancers, although legally approved, it seems prudent that pregnant women should cut down on chemical flavors, enhancers, preservatives, colorants, sweeteners, and other artificial additives. Yeah, those are the things to avoid. We should avoid trans fat. Uh, trans fat. Pregnant women should aim to avoid at least minimize the consumption of trans fats. You see, we should avoid peanuts. Maternal ingestion of peanuts is associated with a high level of peanut sensation in sensitization in infants. So we should avoid that. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow. Hello. If it's your first time, kindly like my channel and subscribe. Share my live kindly. To follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Okay, these are the first complementary foods. Okay, introducing complementary foods. It is exciting to accompany the baby in the discovery of the unknown flavors and textures of new foods. Uh, how to introduce the new foods to a baby. Continue breastfeeding if possible while introducing a new food. Continue breastfeeding after the introduction of complementary feeding is encouraged as long as mutually desired by mother and child. Introduce a new variety of fruit and vegetable every 3 or 4 days. Observe tolerance to new foods introduced. If vomiting and diarrhea or discomfort appears, stop feeding the new food. Try the food again a week after. Small amounts, start by just 1 or 2 spoons of the new food. Complementary food should be given with a spoon or 2 teaspoons of the new food. Okay, first complementary foods, vegetables. After weaning, older babies and young children need to incorporate increasing amounts of plant foods to their diet. Hello, by the way, if you are new here, kindly subscribe, share my live, and like. It helps. To you, it may seem as a simple thing, but to me, it's a great deal. But it's not by force. It's according to how you will. Like I always say, free will is given by God Himself for us to exercise, and we should exercise in everything we do. Even Jesus Himself had that free will. Even angels do have free will. We are not robots, but kindly please subscribe to my channel, like my video. Kindly subscribe my channel, like my video. We are just beginners. We have not been monetized yet. So kindly like my video, comment, subscribe to my channel. Okay, we have found vegetable. After weaning, older babies and young children need to incorporate increasing amounts of plant foods to their diet. Plant foods are the only source of some essential nutrients as linoleic and alpha-linoleic fatty acids and vitamin C. So usually vegetables and legumes are incorporated into the baby's diet after cereals and fruits. Steaming vegetables preserves more nutrients than boiling, although it usually takes a few minutes longer. So you should just steam vegetables, not boil. To make vegetable puree, use the blender with the same water in which they were cooked, whether it is from steaming or boiling. Add water if needed to achieve the desirable consistency. So we should use avocados and oranges and some, not oranges, avocados and lemon. Yeah, add some lemon in avocado and potatoes, and you mash it, or you blend it. Limit the amount of vegetable broth to infants because of a nitrate content. When boiling, vegetables, particularly spinach, cabbage, or other green leafy vegetable, nitrates leach out into the cooking water. Vegetable refusal can be overcome following specific advice. Avocado, which is fact a fruit, is an excellent fast food for babies. Avocado provides proteins, healthy monounsaturated fats, vitamins as B, C, and folates, and E, and minerals as iron. So we should eat more avocados. We should do with more avocados when weaning. We should use them in the fast foods for kids. They are very nice. And potato, you just mash it, put some lemon, and you are good to go. Topiaka. Topiaka is a grit or semolina obtained from sweet cassava. It is rich in carbohydrates and digestible. Boiled with water if it's very appropriate as a weaning or complementary foods. Sweet potato, sweet potato, viazi in Kiswahili, viazi kienyeji. Sweet potato, because of its high nutritional value and delicious taste, sweet potato is an ideal food for babies. Sweet potato is rich in carbohydrates, easily digested, beta carotene, the plant's precursor of vitamin A, as well as vitamin E, calcium, and folate. So we should eat. We should eat sweet potato. We should use them for kids as a complementary food, and just mash it, and you mostly it's advised you remove the cover, but yeah, I mash it to a softer and give it to the babies. Mix it with avocado, pour it some water to be good for the kids. Green leafy vegetables, spinach, lettuce, chard, and other green leafy vegetables should be introduced after 12 months because of nitrate content. Tomatoes. Tomatoes are a source of vitamins A and C, folic acids, potassium, and antioxidants. Carotenoids. Tomatoes can be fed raw to babies, but grated or pureed and then strained to remove skin and seeds and drops of oil to improve carotenoids absorption. Yeah. Pumpkin also are good foods for the baby. Botanically, pumpkin is a fruit, although it is commonly prepared and eaten as a vegetable, boiled or baked, and then smashed or pureed. About 100 grams of pumpkin provide 1/3 of daily vitamin A requirement for the baby. Pumpkin. So there you go for the babies. 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 For the babies, there you go for the babies. Let's look at something else. Hello. Welcome to my live. I'm streaming from Kenya. Okay, these are foods and products to avoid or limit during the transition period from breastfeeding to family foods. Some foods or products must be avoided or limited. Adult foods, there should not be a sudden transition from breast or formula milk to the regular family food. I have decided to follow Jesus. Okay. Avoid regular cow's milk, unsuitable for babies. Avoid honey. Any kind of honey can harbor spores of Chlorhydrium, Clostridium botulinum, a bacterial that causes a paralytic and often fatal disease called botulism. The intestines of older children and adults can cope and destroy these bacterial spores, but it is not so for the babies below 1 year old. We should avoid honey. Only honey industrially treated with high pressure and high temperature may be used before 12 months. Yeah, there you go. Added sugar, should candies and confections. 20 minutes to 6. Let me past 2 hours. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. Yeah, so sugary drinks. Utadoaje sasa? Sugary drinks like soft drinks because they only provide energy without vitamins or minerals. You see, added salt. Infants' kidneys have a limited ability to eliminate sodium and other minerals by concentrating the urine. Table salt overloads an infant's kidneys and causes metabolic imbalances. Salt intake during infancy may lead to salt addiction and promote high blood pressure in adult life. Glutamate. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I decide to follow Jesus. I decide to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back. I decided to follow Jesus. I decided to follow Jesus.
24mm diameter. Concentrated within it is the greatest anatomy complexity of our entire body due to the smallness and precision of its structures. Although it could be compared to a photography device because of the functions it carries out, the eye is much more than that. It is the location of one of the great miracles of life, sight. The extraordinary complexity of the eye is one of the greatest arguments against the theory of evolution. More excellent in their own right than other sensory organs, which are nothing more than a differentiation of the epidermis. Our eyes are an extension of the brain. Due to the current deterioration of the ozone layer of the stratosphere, more and more invisible ultraviolet light is reaching us along with solar radiation. These ways promote the development of cataracts and retinal damage, among others. Sunglasses protect the eyes against solar radiation and the wind. Look off into the distance once in a while. They say that sailors have beautiful eyes because they spend so many hours looking off into the distance. Reading or looking close up for too long should be avoided, especially in low lighting conditions. Hands tend to carry a number of bacteria and other germs that, when they come into contact with the eyes, can cause conjunctivitis and other serious infections, such as trachoma. Avoid eye irritants. Avoid wind, smoke, dust, volatile chemical substance and pollen from certain trees and plants in springtime. Use flat screen monitors whenever possible. Avoid screen glare. Get as far away from the monitor as possible, and lastly, adjust the monitor to below eye level for a more comfortable visual angle. Just like any high-tech precision machine, the eyes require a regular maintenance plan over the entire lifetime. Blink your eyes often. With each blink, the eyes are cleansed and refreshed, thanks to the secretion of tears that continually bathe their surface. Get enough sleep. During sleep, the retinal pigments necessary for vision regenerate, thereby recovering from the day's wear and tear. A lack of sleep exhausts the retina's visual capacity and causes redness and irritation of the conjunctive membrane that covers the anterior pole of the eye. A diet rich in antioxidants. The eyes are very sensitive to the oxidation produced by free radicals. Cataracts, macular degeneration of the retina, and other significant causes of vision loss are a result of an excess of free radicals. A diet rich in antioxidant fruits and vegetables neutralizes free radicals and protects the delicate structures of the eye that allow vision. Be careful with lightning. The light from a non-electronic fluorescent tubes also oscillates, turning on and off continually 50 or 60 times per second. That is the reason they cause eye fatigue than incandescent or halogen lamps, which give off a constant light. Avoid tobacco and alcohol because it irritates the eyes. Smoking habits damages the eyes more and more as it reduces blood flow to the retina. Increases the level of free radicals that damage the lens and the retina, and finally decrease all loss of vision. What we do not see can blind us. Ultraviolet radiation is not visible to the eyes, but in excess eye damage and decreased vision. The eyes are designed to receive light, and in a specific way from the sun. In addition, they need light to continue to function and not become atrophied. Not only the eyes but our entire body and all of nature require light from the sun. A little light is necessary, but a lot will damage the eyes. The planet Earth has the optimal conditions for the development of life as we know it. Therefore, any small variation in the physical condition that surround us, including the intensity and type of radiation received, can make life impossible. The human mind The human mind I woke up dancing with the morning sun. Your love surrounds me before the day's begun. Echinacea is a plant that heals and prevents by increasing defenses. The natives of the American states of Nebraska and Missouri used the root of Echinacea to heal infected wounds and snake bites. This plant has very many virtues and active mechanism. At present day, Echinacea is part of several pharmaceutical preparations, and it is one of the plants about which a higher number of scientific studies has been performed. The composition of the root of Echinacea is highly complex. Many active substances have been identified and could be classified according to very essential guidelines. One is essential oil. It consists of more than 20 components, among which the geranyl isobutyrate, 61%, is important. It also contains terpenes and size 1 to 8 pentadecadiene, a substance which in vitro has oncolytic properties, which is able to destroy tumoral cells. The essential oil seems to be responsible for the immune stimulation, in light words the increase of defenses. Number 2 is echinacoside, a glycoside formed by glucose and rhamnose, which has a strong antibiotic effect on several germs, especially on the golden staphylococcus. Number 3 is polyacetylene, which kill bacteria and fungi. Number 4 is an inhibiting factor for hyaluronidase, which is an enzyme produced by many bacteria. Hyaluronidase breaks hyaluronic acid, which is a basic component of the connective tissue, allowing the spread of pathogenic germs. By inhibiting this enzyme, Echinacea stops the spread of germs throughout the tissue. 5 is resin inulin and vitamin C. As frequently happens in phytotherapy, the extract of the plant, of its root, in this case, is much more active than any of its active components when isolated. This is due to the interaction among its components, when some of them enhance the action of others. Also, there may be some unidentified active components. The basic properties of Echinacea are the following. Immunostimulant. It increases the defense mechanism, with a general non-specific stimulation both in humoral activity and in the cell immunity, that is phagocytosis, destruction of microorganisms by leukocytes. It produces an increase in the number of leukocytes in the blood. Anti-inflammatory. It prevents the progression of infections by inhibiting the enzyme hyaluronidase, produced by many bacteria species. It also promotes the growth of granulation tissue, which is responsible for wound healing. Stimulates the reproduction of fibroblasts, which are basic cells of the connective tissue and are responsible for the regeneration of tissue and scar formation. Antitoxic. It stimulates the purifying process of the liver and kidneys, through which toxic and foreign substances flowing into the blood are neutralized and eliminated. Antibiotic and antiviral. This action has been experimentally proven. However, the property of stimulating defenses is more important in the body. Anticancerous. It is able to destroy malignant cells. These are the clinical applications of Echinacea plant. 1. Infectious disease in general. The best antibiotic will fail when our body's defenses do not cooperate in the fight against infection. Echinacea acts on the body suffering from infection, rather than destroying the causative agents. This means that its action is slower, and perhaps less spectacular than that of antibiotics. However, in many cases it renders best results in the middle and long term. It has preventive and healing actions, and lacks the side effects antibiotics have. It is recommended, among other cases, for children's infectious diseases, influenza, sinusitis, tonsillitis, and acute and chronic respiratory infections, especially when these are frequent preventive effect for typhoid fever, in all septicemia for any reason. It has been applied in the treatment of AIDS, combined with other remedies, with promising results. 2 is the skin lesions. Due to its anti-infectious, healing, and tissue regenerative properties, it is recommended for abscesses, infected acne, skin ulcers, including varicose ulcers, psoriasis, dermatosis, and eczema. In these cases it is applied both internally and externally. Snake and insect bites. 3. Due to its antitoxic properties, it neutralizes partially the poison and prevents it from spreading. It must also be applied internally and externally. Number 4 is the prostate affliction. It reduces congestion of the prostate and also prevents the frequent urinary infections which occur due to incomplete emptying of the urinary bladder. Due to incomplete emptying of the urinary bladder. Due to incomplete emptying of the urinary bladder.
Yes, Kalamana Mzima. That is true. You are right. She needs you. Smells good. You are right.
Listen, both of you. As we are moving, I want you to maintain strength. Okay? If I fire somewhere, I'll kill both of you. One set.
Business. This is my choice. I did business.
Shut up! Shut up!
This is business. I invested the money.
I will kill you.
Business. What do you want?
Your father.
What is this question doing about? It's good to be home. Her passport is in Cambodia. She said to get a visa to go to Cambodia. And Cambodia went to war with Thailand. And they hadn't sent her passport back. So you only get me today. But it's okay. Okay, now, how many of you women worked with Barbara? That's important to know. I know when she used to go work in the fields with you, you didn't think she could do it. But she did, didn't Let's go down here. Okay, first off, I want you to see, we did not forget this place. All documents, basically legal documents, we have been working on for years. What happened here was a tragedy. A massive tragedy. And some of you probably don't know, but Barbara and I had to flee in the middle of the night. Because of things that happened in the Philippines. And it hurt you. But equally it hurt us. If I had stayed, I wouldn't be here today. Because I would be dead. So coming back, it's been on our minds every day since I left. I think it's important you understand that how important you were to us. And you don't know, Barbara lives in Minnesota, which is, and I lived in Oklahoma. And that is about 1,500 kilometers apart. And 15 kilometers. So We didn't see each other, but we talked on the phone. We were hurt. We didn't understand. We never understood how it could happen. We came to do just the right thing. Satan is a powerful person. And he works through various things. But eventually, God says enough is enough. And he says, Satan, go to hell. I am saving my people. And that's, you prayed there and we prayed at home. And God heard. So we started the process. A couple of years ago, I started the process. And was asked to give conditions of my return. And those conditions were presented. And I hope you have seen them. But what it basically says is we come back. And you come with us. And there is no land leases. It is title deeds to the community and to us. To get you out from underneath the foot of the politicians. Do you understand? Do you agree? Now, I want to tell you, this is a law. That's called the Community Land Act. Did anybody tell you about that? My attorneys worked on this law with the government. And they passed it. And it became law about a year ago. And under this law, the Commissioner of Lands gives the land to the community. With a title deed. Okay, you like that idea? And then, under that same law, it gives the community the rights to give the land, partial of it, back to us. Understanding? I never wanted it all back. Do you remember I used to talk about what was called the Community Farm Program? Okay? That's how you prosper. So John Weary spoke to all the people. And they came back and said, we want to give 3,500 hectares to you. The rest of it is ours, and we're happy to do that. That was my suggestion. They also said, we want you to include the lake and the river in your land so you can maintain it. That's very, very important. Have you seen how many times the dikes have broke? Best I know it's been 5 times. Is that correct? 5? Has it been 5 times? They didn't break when I had them, did they? We kept farming, so we maintained them. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you something. There's some things that were done by the community that really hurt you. Do you remember when I used to say you cannot take the cattle on the dikes? Or across the river? The reason for that is it destroys the dikes and destroys the river. When a cow walks through mud, what happens to its feet? It gets mud all over its feet, is that correct? When you walk through mud, you get that mud between your toes, is that right? That's the same thing that happens with the cattle. So when the cattle would walk through the mud, they would go swim in the river. And it would wash the mud off their feet, is that right? And where did that mud go? It went to the bottom of the river. Explain. This is something that has to happen. In the river, see, I can see this property. All the time I can see this property from the American satellites up in the sky. I can watch and see where the dikes will break and where they're broken. And when you see that, you'll see all the cattle trails coming down to where the dikes are broken. And then you see in the river where all the cattle dams have been built from all their mud. Making sense? And so there's 12 dams in the bottom of the river that have been built by the cattle. And the dikes broke, is that right? Okay, you need someone with a half of a brain to figure that out, okay? All the wise men put together don't have half a brain. Understanding? So we come back, we're going to do this professionally and correct, right? And we're all going to work together, right? Okay, some things you don't know. On the day that I was trying to be killed in my house with it, remember the bulldozer that came to my house? It was going to crush me in the middle of the night? It came. We had to flee in the middle of the night. And where we were going to that day, and this better excited a lot of people. See this thing right here? It's called Memorandum of Understanding between Jomo Kenyatta University and Dominion Farms. University of Agriculture and Technology, called Dominion Farms. Okay. We were set to become the Agricultural University of Kenya right here. They came to us and said, "Can we do this with you?" And we said yes. Unfortunately, they tried to kill me that day. The devil works in many ways. Now, I don't know whether we can get this back. But with your help, we need to try. Would you like to have a big university right here? And show them what can be done with the poorest place in the world. Now, John Weary told you a lot of the things we're planning on doing. But I want to tell you about another law that was passed that my attorneys helped write. Okay? And it is the tax laws of Kenya. Under the Income Tax Act. Dated June 24th, June 18th, 2024. Not very long ago, was it? We were still working. So that leads us to a point, and this is going to get a little complicated. But if this doesn't get you excited, nothing will. The provisions of that law, it allows you to set up a new type of company for the operations. So when we operate the new company, there will be two new companies, one for the land, which will be for me, and for Barbara as shareholders. But the other will be for all the operations. Be that cane, rice, soybeans, fish, everything you can think of that we will do here will be run in the operations company. And in the operations company, under this law, if we do it just exactly right, and every shilling has to be accounted for. There is no income tax on it. There is no duty taxes for things we bring in. There's no VAT tax. Instead, with this law, if we will take that money and basically use what's called a PBO. P stands for public. You understand what that means? That's you. That's anybody in Kenya. Benefit. You know what the benefit is? Benefit. That's to help people. Organization. If that is set up, which we're doing, my attorneys are working on it right now. It excludes certain organizations by law. And those are trade unions, political parties, and religious organizations. So this cannot be set up by a political party, can't be set up by unions, but we all have to work together. The public benefits, where all the profits can go, and that we agree with, is agriculture, 1, 2, children, all you guys down here on the floor, on the ground, disability, energy, education, environment and conservation, governance, Poverty eradication. You want some poverty eradication? It's time. Help. You want a good clinic? Housing and settlement. Housing. You want better houses? Human rights. You want some human rights? HIV AIDS. Old age. That's what I'm getting to be, is old age. Peace building. You want peace? Refugees. Disaster prevention. Relief. Sports. Water and sanitation. Animal welfare. And last but most importantly, youth. How many of you think you are youth? A lot of you. Okay, when we do that, the profits from the company, which should be substantial, will be spent back in the community. The fact of the matter is, I cannot even be paid for it. Okay. So effectively, we're going to become partners. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
So guys, like I always say, when you are a content creator, support others for you to be supported. When you are financially stable, go out, support people, support the needy, support everyone that requires help without asking for anything in return, because that is where we get our blessing. Sedi. Sedi nimebaki na 10 minutes na namaliza. Leti. Sasa. Picha hii inatosha kombe mbili, lete moja. Picha hii inatosha kombe mbili, lete moja. Lete kombe moja mama. Kita jadikan. Leo, sai tunaenda hospitali leo. Lala tu, tunaenda hospitali. Three hours down. Okay. Nimemaliza 3 hours. Nishamaliza 3 hours. Yaani 11 minutes ishaisha. Okay guys, thank you so much for watching. I'm ending my live, and I'll come back after some hours. Thank you so much for being supportive. Have a blessed day. all the way. Thank you so much. Kindly like and subscribe my videos and comment, because they say that we rise by lifting others. Yeah, we rise by lifting others. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hmm? Mm. Doi? si necessarily ati kila bread yao iko na moles, sai. Naweza kuchulia hata kama ni chapati, na kuchulia chapati 3 na marago alafu na mpeja. So ni afadhali sometime 5. Si 5, si chapati 5. Chapati 6 na marago ya 30, 150. Naenda home. Kwa nini walikuwa tu Citizen peke yake? Na nadhani anakuanga ameenda. Mwanajeshi. Wala hiyo ni ngumu sana. Hiyo story ya adabu. Hiyo tu wana co-parent. Hiyo tu wana co-parent. 4 months, 3 months, 5 months. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Acha niambie.
Don't commit to something you don't do.
Hiyo ni about kids. Hiyo imechopiwa off. Hiyo hakuna. Onda kuniambia that's fair. Onda kuniambia that's fair. That's why unasemanga for better for worse. God forbid. Unaelewa? Because of accident. Nimeboss kwa hiyo kodeni gani. Na kama sasa Rosbella. Rosbella tangu akijike. Aliambiwa nini? Hiyo kitu imekwambia ni kwa automatically. Na daktari. Unaelewa? For life. Asa nikuulize, kete hande kwa nini? Tunakwambia lazima but hapo pia una inafaa pia partner yake ana understand, unaona, kwa sababu utakaje 4 months 5 months au like ama 1 year. You're a human being. Hapana. Hapana. 7 months. But hiyo ni kwanda, hiyo tuna understand. Because wife amejifungua. But sasa hii wife hajajifungua, it's permanent thing. Sasa sikia. Kwa nini huyu asiende huko? Kwa nini huyu asipigwe transfer aende afanye kazi huko? Na kwa nini huyu asipigwe transfer kuja afanye kazi huko? Unajua watu wangapi waacha kazi kwa sababu ya family ama relationship? $150,000. Okay, kwa saa hii sasa unaona hiyo kazi ya Garissa inafaa hiyo pesa ni mingi. Inafaa sasa nikuwe na manage every week niko nyumbani. But at least per month unakuja home. At least 1 month unakuja home. 4 months au kuja nyumbani, how una survive aje na wewe ni human being? Hakunanga survival. For 4-5 months. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo baada. Hakuna shortcut. Ama kwa Atukae tu 1 year ama 6 months, 7 months. That's not kwambia. Haiwezi. Ama unless kama mpaka wale wazee wamefika menopause ndo bado wana have it. Imagine.
The last age,
It's for life. As long as bado mko pamoja na mko wote. So mimi nikisikianga ati mtu ati anafanya kazi sio wapi at 5 months ati nini anafanya wapi 1 year. That's a lie. That's a lie. Ile nikiwa na wewe hapo hata naweza kaa even hata naweza kaa Dubai na bibi ako hapo. Ama wife ako Dubai na husband ako hapo. That's a lie. Unajua nikiwa na wewe hapa naweza fight hizo temptations. Hata naweza kaa hata 2 months ama 3 months niko na wewe hapo. Lakini as long as uko mbali ama mimi niko mbali, kwanza temptations zinakuanga hivi. Si jirani, si mama fua, si mtu wa duka, si ni Imagine. Alafu uta realize the more unakuanga peke yako, the more unakuanga na macrushes wengi sana. Wanakukatia, si jirani anakukatia, si nani anakukatia, mtu wa duka anakukatia, mtu mwingine anakukatia, mama. Uko peke yako. Yaani temptations zitakuwa. So unataka kuniambia utasurvive aje ati peke yako?
ile potential watu wako. Watu ukiona tu hata kuwezesha na best because yeye ni define mpaka ana kuhusu basi bwana ushauri. Wewe unakuja kuishi hao. Hakuna siku na kidogo cha Mungu mpaka kesho. Na kila kitu kinabadilisha.
Hakuna. Hata mimi nishajiuliza hiyo kitu. Hakuna. I make sense. What's wana pretending? Yaani wasi wana fake. Watu mimi binadamu are evil. Binadamu are evil. Hata unaona hakuna. Alafu hata utaangalia way ya life yao na vile wanasema it's totally different because uko throughout net uko nini Okay. Hakuna mimi najua hata niambie hata hata siku hizi unaona hizi breakups mingi. Siku hizi unaona hizi breakups mingi. Zinaonga lie. Ati wao tunaachana. Hizo breakups zinaonga na mostly zinaonga intentional. Official. Za kuhound. Unaona? Alafu ingekuwa ati yako mbali watu anafanya kazi ya maana, haungekuwa wana hustle. Because mtu akiwa mbali lazima ako poa. Hawezi kuwa na hustle mpaka wanakuwa pale. Hawezi kuwa kuna venye mimi sinishaje. Hata unajua pia unaweza ona sana. per month. Na nyumba iko hapo, nini iko hapo, chakula iko hapo, shule iko hapo.
Waafrika wetu wa hapa wajaliwa, lakini walizaliwa huko kwa kupata daseti za huko, lakini wafanya wakabila English hata Kiswahili sio kajibaji ndio bado za adoto kuja kwa klasi unaenda
ukitaka kujua mtu ako poa ama mtu hayuko poa nguna and then you get to enjoy something that you never planted. You never how to worry water magic. Is it fair? Is it fair? Unaenda kotikoti na kuzaki because now hiyo tu jina ya biology. Because hata mimi nashinda koti zetu zinasaidia. What does the local because once no society is not also for the lesson now they are not outside playing still. She works and live alone. Unakuwa koti na mbrani. So, kwa nacheza kuswali nini by time.
Atakuja. Sasa you are free to harvest your policy. And then unajua sasa you never know. Mtu hili akishajua ukweli kama siku anasema amechukua mzazi wake. Unaelewa? But wewe as the person you so mimi sasa ndio tunakwambia tunajiruhusu kama wewe. Hakuna kitu kingine. What if you make it a What if inafika tu kwa itamwambia hapana, every month utakuwa unapima so that hata yeye akuwe part of that. Umeelewa? Na sasa mimi pia nikasema hiyo hizo nataka anajua vizuri. Lakini amefanya hivi because hakuna siku tutapost status tukataka akose kwenda kuchungulia. You see that kind of thing. So na nikikuja tu na barua mbona umeweka restraining order maybe so kutoka kusema ni hapo sasa sasa shule hizo vitu ndio ndio nalipanga siri ya binadamu nikafanyika pia binadamu tunaishi usiwahi achilie kitu like acha kukuforgive then you will be so nice so stupid that you do everything people na video calls mtu amefanya siri yake alafu nataka mtu mwingine afanye na afanye nini you can't say everything utakata nafasi ya day and night wewe ndio shape of your life ndio ndio change ndio ndio kitu kingine and then that really sasa sio mbaya ndio well Never did you know for that to be conditioned with customer for this. I forgot to very much because sometimes you don't need a I wouldn't get a sacrifice you have to do it. If you have never had the kind of work of media, you trust to go to trust in the food. In the value. In the middle of power, in the next episode of the even the value. And the reason I came back was challenging. Mpaka katika kutaka kapost zenye alikuwa amepost tena hapo desa ile yako sasa hivi ukiona watu uko village kabisa bwana ule huko hakuna kuona yote ile kufika zile watu kufika kwa darasa ya kambi yote sasa kama kazi ya nyumba na nafanya kufika siku hiyo kweli kuna sasa nilikuwa kitu kuona udaki na ndio alikuwa mkubwa wake akija kusikia kitu ndio shule ndio ndio sasa kwa kitu sisi tunajua sana wana kuacha anaona wewe sasa Unajua kufanya anything bila kusaidia. Usiweze kata. Unasema kufanya dawa. Sio itakuanga unajua sana everything. Akaweza sasa kuanza kama sasa ndio mistress au hiyo ndio hasa ndio na kuwa Abua, leo ndio alimwachana hivi. Tunakumbuka hoteli ya Odessa sasa Odessa wa safari. Ndio ndio watu wa familia. Sio kwa sababu kwa sisi kwa nataka nini ya biashara na yake za baba kutoka kwa misi ya hauli. Ndio siku ya kwanza na ile passion unajua azima. Azima hizo wao wanajua. Ashiriki kwa ule wewe unapata. Sio kama boss. Msiangalie. Lakini sana tutegemea life. Amekuachia hoteli. Sasa ndio the owner sasa wa na katika watu hata hujataka condition. Sasa kwa sababu before that was nikoseka sana Nairobi. Ndio Mombasa. Alikoseka. Sio ni kama huyu jamaa alikuwa anataka kuona kama ndio hivi. Akabe usijua kama anasema kwamba kama kasi. Mungu anataka. Lakini because yeye ni mlani hata ajuzi akakubali tu for the sake of disappointing. So ni kama Mungu akanataka Mungu pia ni vizuri hata kama ndio mzuri lakini hata sasa ni family. Sababu akamchukua akatia kwa habari hii. Kwa maana nakamwambia watu akamweka watu hivi ndio tuko. Sasa nacho akamwambia mpaka gari. Ndio ndani ya sasa sana. So kwanza hiyo sasa ameshika mweka ameshika hiyo na hivi kidogo sasa ndio mpaka pia wa positive ya. Ndio sasa akapata kama French girl wapitu kwa harakati za hizo kwa ya travel sasa sijapenda ya so tunamaliza kwa kweli tunaweza ndio sasa kadhaa baada ndio our process so that's why after the two sides one side is French because the other one is Latino exactly sasa akona 3 dads. The first dad of the 3 kids. The second dad the French one. Wenye wanatumanga ndege wanaenda wanaenda sasa unajua kwa wanaenda huko lakini now she is investing because ya kwanza huyu wanatuma sasa mtakiwa nikuja akakuja kutoka msanga juzi sasa kama bwana akogame na utapoteza sana madam boss wa Kenya anaenda tu flight anaenda anapelekwa sasa unajua wewe after kumnegotiate mzuri kwa anafanya everything la citizenship yetu jamani ni French so everything inakwenda ticket wao wanapatana ticket anaambia leta mtoto wanapatia ticket na sasa hiyo pia ni vizuri because anapata mpaka nao wengine si sasa wasichana wanaachwa hata juzi ndio amesponsor last born marriage last born ya ndio amefanya mpaka nasikia ndio anaenda kukomea amekupatia kijana mdogo huyu msichana wa Quebec ameoleka juzi na French amepeleka France huyu mdogo now the other guy and then sasa pia Latino the same anapatana ticket wanachukuliwa wanapelekwa so the other one tumepotea kusubiri 23 years because now the last one I think they are 20 sahi so ameanza kupiga juzi hivi forgive me what sasa juzi wakati wa wedding ndio kumwambia siko hiyo as far as mimi nimeona sisi tutapata kama hakuna siku nataka watoto wako wapate hata kama bosi unataka kuuza ya kula wakati unakuja kufanya nini ukibona si mtu anayekupatia opportunity usitoe kwenda mbaya na wewe kama bosi sisi kiasi na whatever they say because you are the best you have anything ufanye nini uchangie hata kama akifanya kama pale wamesema vyapata for everything for good ready sasa kama ni kidogo na nini unajua baba anataka nikuja sio sana kama msana anachana sio msana alilia sasa ukipata vijana yako kwa social media just watch post in my daughter's doing hata basaka amekosa nilikata one time but nisikie hizi ndio progress for my car na anakujua sahihi imagine kitu ilikuwa hapo akamwambia kukaribisha kwa mzee kuja sasa ni stress zaidi ya vile wa neno kuja kwa beta neno bali nisome kidondana kwa madini tumeshika hapa kuja tu just hivyo tunaanza kuja kuleta mchezo kwa pamoja ndio kile tumefikia you don't know how that I sacrifice my life watoto wapende ndio umeenjoy na kitu hivi sasa ndio kuenjoy the fruits of our labor plus nisha kubalia but now unaanza kufanya mchezo social media, YouTube. Alors, je sais à quoi nous devons faire. C'est ça, il y a pile ça. Il n'y a pas conversation. You got it. So, the more about it doesn't make sense. You're not doing anything. And then now, you just want to live the level. No how. When you say that, it's actually the chicken is a home of here. Anyone in the middle of the study of the power, it is a power. It is only like a power, it is not going to be a power. It is only like two. So they don't need to show it. You don't need to show it. You make sure you are doing your best. Whatever the case, you have to have a man. I thought that all those are going to say no. In the city, I think that my dad knew from the research in the past, this is what I've been doing. I focus on what I'm doing anyway. The people they are doing like it. See what people sit here, you're not doing anything. You're not working anyway. So what are you? You know, at the end of the day, what they can decide. You have to claim what has been working for. Actually, you can look for goods. You actually, for God's sake, it's very unfair. Sasa sahihi ameenda Mungu amenielekeza. Tutajua. Apende? Asipende. Uko kidogo pekee. Sio mpeleka tu baraka kabisa. Kila kitu unaonyesha kama ndio iko ndani. Leo na yeye. Unaenda. Akiona na kitu na ajabu wa bendeni bado hawezi kuona sasa kitu Nibo lingine mbaya sana, yaani haitawahi kuwa hivi. Lakini tena nimeona sehemu nyingi hata kwa Nigeria huko. Mtu mwenye anaweza kujiti toke naenda kuendana, ache mama yake. Mimi najenga tu na pesa. Ila bahati, watu hizi kusomea. Anajenga mama yake alikufa. Hizi, wewe ametoka tu from nowhere, hospitali. Ameenda kufanya shopping. Hawezi kufanya nini? Hospitali mpaka ameenda anaanza kusomesha siblings over. This my mom. Tunaona juzi ametoa DNA mwanadamu. Naenda kutupa kwa orphanage. So angekuja kama jamii. Oh, hakuna chochote sasa. Oh, sasa yani alikuja kwa basic story, unaweza kusema anyway. Atiyo nilienda nikakatazwa. Sasa unaenda ya kwanza. For you, if 5 years working, ulikatazwa sasa. Unaenda kufuatilia ukatazwa kwa nini? This Kevin Mutua, unaenda orphanage. Unaenda kuandaa kwa chief, hata watu, hata kwa media. Wewe ushakafanya. Nilikuwa mtoto, lakini serikali imenisaidia. Nilienda huku nimepata kazi, yani kile nimepata kazi karudi, wakafanya nini? So ulikatazwa once na ukawacha. Sasa kama umefanya ni kuachia fedha. Wakati sasa ndio, alafu ndio unaanza kufikiria kwa nini nifike. Lakini nifike nilikuwa sisi na ndoto kabisa. Bahati ndio mpaka jana amejaa. Sasa hivi yani nilikuwa Oka kaito unaka chakachaka mbele ya media. Unasema media vipi tena? Sina chakachaka. Ili kwa ndio kabisa.
Ala mimi naona ni unfair.
Everywhere.
Kuna chakula. So from there nikawacha kupost. Nikasema sasa nitakuwa unaona kwa video yangu. Hakuna siku utaona. Nikasema acha ndio nikawacha. Hizo ndio ndio macho. So unapanda nao unaacha lakini the back of my back anajua. Na mbona unaanza kusikia zile nimesema za so leo na zile za kuvuka century time. Mbona amerudia na start kwenye kwa mekani na data mekani with the sister ule Kenyatta ajui. So mbona the back of baba ni sasa na rejea watu. Hata kuna sister yangu. Na kuna kitu mbaya na hata ndio kisha na nipa 10,000. Haiwezi kuvuka hapo na hata 500 ya shati ya baita. Ambapo Sonora ikakuja kuona admirali. Wao ndio decide kuacha ukiacha kabisa. Na usahau ndio. So the moment you do it, you can back. So make sure you are
and you are feeling it, you are providing. Every man, make sure kwamba wakule tu wote usisikie uchungu because hata unaelewa usisikie uchungu yote kutumia au utakula mafuta na kau sasa unaelewa yes kila kitu unaelewa hata kama haitibiki kwa watu inatumika kwa kila mtu it's okay sasa tujue no pain
no gain.
Their actions are their stupidity. Imagine the Tanzania, Nicole, when Stacy, amepeleka shule vizuri. Bwana ameshika empower, amepeleka shule vizuri. Na akatoa transport, kupeleka shule, anafanya nini? Anafanya. Haina mambo pale. Uko wili kutoa transport, mmoja aenda adifa. Alafu bado utakie mbega. And you are capable, you are working. Ungekuwa mtu mzuri, singechukua empower and display perfect. Useme sawa mama haya. Wacha nichukue hiyo 120 nimechukua, unachukua unalipa the whole semester. Na kuna mwenye yako hapo. Na huyu pia yako hapo pia amezidwa. Alafu usiambiwe ukweli. So sisi tunaona hata wewe amebaki kuongelea. What do you think? Hata kando na hiyo unafikiria saa hii unaweza nafikiria kama nafikiria. Kitu sehemu ndio. Unafikiria sasa ile kitu yako ndio unafikiria. Anaona mwenzake anasoma la somo. Alafu Mungu amsaidie na yake tunadai. Atarudi kusaidia mzee. Sasa sasa inatakuwa hata mwanamke na mkanisa na hapo. Hata akato na sibling. Because it's not fair. Huyo anawa, sawa huyo hana. Lakini for God's sake, umedecide kuchukua ng'ombe na ndama. But sasa unataka tu kuenjoy ng'ombe, ukamua maziwa. Lakini ndama, unaelewa?
Nasikiaje? Mpeleke usi.
Sasa nilikuwa nataka waende kwanza na wewe. Basi waende wa
Nasikia vibaya wapi? Wapi? Uko chini. Nasikia hapa pia nasikia naona imefura sana. Na Zawadi alidungwa nini? Na kwa nini yake ainirudi nyuma? Sawa, wacha tuende.
Sasa wacha niende nikuje sai twende huko. Alafu hivi sasa mwende.
Basi ameze hizo dawa zake kwanza. Bama. So niwapeleke Bama kwanza. Sawa. Sawa. Asa si ameze dawa kwanza. Hiyo dawa ya nini? Hiyo dawa unasikia baridi? Sinaenda. Back to 3 minutes. Wacha ijae 3 minutes alafu nenda. Leta nikatie. See you. Ana, si mtafutie dawa yenye hapo. Hayo, chukua moja.
Sasa ni hivyo.
Citizen.
Nusu wanagawana nusu. Sasa ndio utaleta, ndio sasa tutapatia na nini kwa oh bado sasa jioni ndio wataleta ndio kama wanaendelea sasa ndio ndio zako zawadi hapa.
Alafu uvae sweta mami. Wanakunywa chai kwanza ndo wanaenda ama? Ushameza dawa? Oh guys, thank you so much. I'll end my live. I need to go and do something kindly. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to my channel, like my video, comments. They say that we rise by lifting others. It won't be much to you, but to me it's a milestone. Kindly please subscribe to my channel, share, like my video, comments. Kunywa maji mengi mama, kunywa, ongeza maji. We will meet some other time. Thank you so much. I'll have to go. I need to do something urgently. Thank you.